Okay. So Roman jumped in really quickly. Thank you for that. But I'd like to I forgot to put what the stream is going to be about. One sec. All right, that should be it. So, if anyone's been, or you get to the point where you've been following through each one of these streams, you probably got to this part where I'm about to build out the ability system, or the back end, and then the front end of the ability system. And are wondering, well, depending on obviously how you're paying attention to how I put the object section of this together, how is it that I'm going to convert objects into mono behaviors? So you probably got a hint when I did the mono variations of the objects. But I was thinking about it last night and said, you know, I really don't need to do that. And for the we can do it, but there wasn't enough of a benefit for doing that. There's no real losses, but there's just, well, the loss is you have to type mono before everything. But I didn't see any real benefit of doing that versus just following what I have always done. And again, the point of these streams is to essentially find new ways to do things that I've done before, but these new ways as a baseline should just be better than what I had done before, right? That's the idea. And so the goal of this also is to be as generic as possible, so you can use it in your own projects if you like. These systems are things that are a result of the time that I've spent working on this. It comes from my mind, but it's heavily inspired by a lot of the stuff that I've already learned from others during either from tutorials on YouTube or my own learnings or just insights into what people are doing, things like that, right? So hopefully this is beneficial. Informative and beneficial. So very similar to before, we got, let's just do a quick recap. We got the effect system working. And before I move into the abilities, I want to do something just to show like how flexible these systems are, right? So we made, wait, yeah, we have to do that twice. I need to fix that asset. It's problematic. You always have to start twice for whatever reason. There we go. So data manager, what is it crying about? It says the data manager object reference is not set to an instance of the object. That's weird. What object are we trying to get? Interesting. Why is it doing that? I have a big cursor. I don't know why. Oh well. Not hurting anything. Maybe I changed the setting, one sec. You know what? It's not bothering me. So it just looks like, the problem is it looks like an insert, but it's not. It's just the regular cursor. That's fine. What does the insert look like then? Interesting. I don't know what's going on with that. Just randomly started doing that a second ago. Okay. So it's saying that this doesn't exist. It does. But it's saying that it can't find it. actually, we want to do this here. If oh, we already do it technically. How is that happening? Object reference not set to an inst. That's literally impossible. Right, because by the time we get here, we've already null checked it. So it does have an instance. Unless I... hold on. Unless I... let me just double check. What was the name of it? It was the on-hit effect, right? So let's take a look at this. Yep, there it is. This is the problem. Remember how yesterday I was saying that this thing doesn't have a mono attached to it, and I couldn't figure out why? So basically, we're trying to get the script, but we can't, and so we don't know what script this belongs to. I don't know why onHit was working that way. But we're going to try making it again and seeing what happens. Maybe this time it'll work. Wait, maybe, what was the name of the script it was on? I think it's Injector or something like that. Damage inject. Oh, I think that's why. So the script's name is damage effect object. The script itself is named... no, it is. Damage effect, so it's this one. And it's named damage injector. And we need to put data on it, I guess? Do that. Okay. Give it a sec to recompile and see what it cries about now. What the heck is going on here? Back to... oh, okay, gotcha. Alright, now let's go back and maybe this will recognize it properly. It was a weird thing. Maybe sometimes you just have to restart Unity and it'll fix those things. But Godot, the same kind of thing will happen in Godot, but I've never seen it happen like this in Unity off of something like that. Like, I saw it coming. Where is it? Just didn't know when the other shoe would drop. There it is. There we go. So now it's detecting it. Alright, and it properly registered the script over here. I don't know why it didn't. So I'm going to just create a new one just to see if it's going to keep not registering the script. If it isn't, then we have to come up with a new solution. Where is it? Scriptable object? Injector. Okay. Yeah, okay, now it picks up on the script for these. Awesome. So now we're going to have to update stuff. Get rid of this. We need to pass back in this again, and it's going to be on hit. One sec, I want to try something. Oh, that didn't work. Yeah, that didn't work. That was weird. Whatever. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Okay, now it worked. This is nice. This is good. What about that? Ah, scheisse. Just goofing around with some OBS stuff. See what happens. Alright, we're done. Maybe not. Alright, so we pass this in, we tell it that we want it to show up on after hit. After damage. I think it's after hurt. Yeah, after hurt enemy. It's nice having that. It really is. So another thing that I wanted to do was, because for just debugging, I had this here, this number prefab. So we want to change that, and we want to put it over here. In the combat manager. Little things that are going to be good for, like, serialized field. So we're going to have to start cleaning this up and be a little bit smarter about our application here, because this looks disgusting. I mean, granted, this is all just for debugging, but this is still pretty bad. Let's just deal with the damage number first. This is it. And we will pass in damage. That thing is storing me off. Give me 1 second. I think I know what caused it. My settings. No, that's not it. There it is. I'm gonna stop messing with random stuff, and there we go. There we go. Found it. Okay. The Windows setting. That was just throwing me off so much. Okay. So the goal of this is... Okay. I don't know. Vegetable juice is kicking the energy. Making the energy run. Let's see what else. So now we just get the number prefab. If the damage already contains like a specialized prefab that we want to use, we'll use that instead. But otherwise, we'll use this prefab number. Where is it? There we go. Okay, let's just make sure that we set this prefab. Well, make sure we save. There we go. So there is a prefab over here. Okay, so from now on we'll be using this instead of the one from the player. Or enemy, whatever it is, wherever I'm getting it. We also wanted to do something with the elements, right? We want to use the elements colors on the prefab. Or rather, we want to use it on the instance that comes from the prefab. So I think we can do that here. Where is it? So we can get away with doing this. Skinny this up. We can do another one here. Well, we actually probably need a little bit of language here. Oh. Gotcha. Okay. So we want to get first. This is where we have to make a decision. Okay, we'll do it this way. So we have to be consistent then. It's either we're going to be passing through the element or we're going to be passing through the element's data. You know what? We can make our lives even easier. Just do this. No, I don't like this. Let me take a look at the logic for when we actually think this number. So we already will have gotten that. So we can just say that this is the... So we can do stuff then. So we can make our lives easier, have this just return void. That's not going to work. There we go. That's exactly what I needed. Okay. So now we can change this to set number color. Nice. Awesome. Okay. Oh, all right. That's excellent. I like this. This is fantastic. So this will just get the numbers now to change based on the element of the attack. So what should happen here? Well, hold on. If we don't have... So, wait, we need to think about one thing. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. We just don't do anything at that point. And this will just get us to white. This will just be white, or the default color. This will be element color that we've set it to if we find the first one. Or this, if we're using the element data. Which one is more likely? I think for the UI, element data or game element is more used right now. I need to make this consistent. That's the problem. I think element data is going to be the more use one. It's only for the UI that I'm using game element. Right? There's no reason to create an additional object in that case. But what will happen later on, I think, for depending on how I decide to expand element system, things could change for that. Let's keep going. Save. Oh, nice. Okay. So what does that mean? That means that when we create the damage, we need to set the element on the damage also. So in the damage injector, we need to change the name of this, or damage effect object. Actually, no, it's fine. Oh, we do. We set the element right here. Right. So instead of doing this, let's open up element data, see how it's... I think there's a factory pad. Yeah, there it is. So let's just do that ahead of time, because down the road we could end up utilizing the element in a new way or something, right? And we'll just pass through what does it even need to know anything about that for? Oh, it doesn't. So we could pass off nothing. We'd be okay. Later on, we could always add something here if we need to. But I don't know right now. I don't think we do. This is older code, I think. No, actually, we could just tap the... I don't need to do that, but we could tap damage. Have damage pass in something here. Because there's something in damage that we could use in game elements later if we wanted to. And game element would handle its calculation. I don't know if we should do that now. I think we're okay. So let's just see if it works. So I should see white when I just hit them with regular attacks. And then red or orange when we hit them with the damage over time effect. White. Ah. Oh, I know why. Wait, do I? Hold on. Because I thought we changed that already. So since we've decided that we're not going to use this at all, so we can get rid of this entire thing. There we go. Simplifies the code a lot. Okay. So now we have to put this here to test it. See if we're actually getting here. Object. Okay, that should. And then when we do a duplicate, should work. No, it's not. We're not getting there. Get rid of these. That's weird. What is it saying? Is it saying that it's not adding the element? Where is this thing? We need to test this to see if... let's do a quick test on this. So it knows the element is not null at this point. So then the question comes down to here. Got it. This was dumb. We could just do this instead. Oh no, I see. So this should do it internally. Or did we do it out here? Is that what it is? No, we created it out here. So we created the instance. I get it. I get it. Okay. So we have to do it here. There we go. So now I don't think we need to do this anymore. Because this thing's damage is going to be set in here. Oh no, the damage here is set by the data amount. Yeah, we have to reset it over here. Because we could do things to change this damage. This is just going by factory settings, basically. You know what we should do? We should do this, because we create the damage out here. So we should do this over here instead. That would make the rest of the code more linear. Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay, good. So now that we've start putting this out here, let's finish that. Damage data, add data. We don't need that. Damage key, damage, and we can just do amount here. Now we don't need this here. We should. Yeah, we should do all of these initializations over here for damage, to be honest. The only thing that we need to have in here is this. Maybe. No. I think we can just take the whole darn thing and just put it over here. This part is debatable. But for now, we're going to leave it out here as well. That simplifies the code down here a lot. Now we don't need to do these two things. Actually, let's just comment them out just in case we need to bring back anything from up there. Right? So basically the damage that's going to be duplicated and then added to this is the same damage from the original. And then each instance will have its own unique ID. But when we check the damage, we'll see that it's all from this original. So on the other side, we'll say, okay, because this is the same thing, we don't want to base the next pick. I'm not going to relitigate that, but if you need me to go over that, just ask. I will do that. Alright, let's go. So, this works fine. Or should work fine. But this should set the element from get-go. And when we do duplicate, this should be like the quickest way to duplicate this information. So now let's try the element out. Hopefully I didn't break too much. I'm only so IntelliSmart. We didn't break it, but we didn't get the element part to work. All right, let's test something out. Debug. Actually, we can just take this debug over here. Go down here. Interesting. So it is properly duplicating over even the element. So on the injector, go back over there. Oh, right, I changed the name of it. Okay. So when we do this in the injector, we are supposed to create a duplicate and report that. We're being told that it's doing this when? Oh, this is the damage effect. Oh, so where's the inject? Oh, there it is. Okay. So then in the effect data, right here, it should be doing this. This should be happening every frame. So this happens once when we actually do the injection. So far, so good. This part is the part that we need to find out what's happening. So let's do a print. Oops. Bug. Damage. Well, we know that it's never null, or we know that it won't care if it's null, so we can just do it that way instead of testing it out. Internally, it already checks for that. Should return a default. Okay, so false. Okay. So it's saying up to here, we do have an element in. So now, when we go up to the combat manager, and we do set color. Oh. Oh. There we go. At least we got to brush up on the old code, right? There we go. Nice. Right, so if down the road I decide to use a specific kind of font or whatnot, it can control its own color. The combat controller won't, but if we're just using the combat controllers, then yeah, it will. Nice. If we're using the combat controllers, it will control the color based on the element. All right, let's get into abilities. Nice. Okay, let's get into making abilities. So what are our abilities? In this case, we're gonna do a couple of things. In this game, unlike with regular attacks, regular attacks are essentially free, right? But when you right click, or whatever the button is going to be, for now it's going to be right click, it's going to start costing, right? Based on the element that you're using, it's going to target that first as your resource. Or, sorry, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. It's also free, but it uses stamina. And its power is based on how much you have of these resources. Right? And as you take damage, the damage that you take, the element of that damage, is going to be spread across your resources, which is going to be used to apply resistances. And that's going to lower the amount of oops. Yeah. That's going to lower the amount of damage it does to your health. Right? But at the same time, it comes at a cost. Effectively, it's going to reduce... It's damage reduction, effectively. It's going to reduce that damage type before it goes to your health. Right? So... It's going to be based on a stat later on. It's probably going to be something like resilience or aptitude or whatever, but basically the higher that stat is, the more likely you are to effectively have been prepared. Oh, what the heck? That was wrong. It reported the wrong damage a second ago. Or... It reported the right damage, but, like, you see, that shouldn't go up. Maybe I should I turned on cumulative damage, so it just, like, stacks up like that, but... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. And as a reminder, these are completely independent of their original. So if I change this to 100, the damage here won't change. Right, it'll still be 1. But when this runs out, whenever the effect is done, lower the effect time. You know, I want to. Oh no, I don't know if you're still there, Roman, but you see how like when you did your knock-up system, I'm gonna create the ability system, and when I get to, I think I'm gonna do it in such a way that I can implement a knock-up system also, so I can get to show you what using the add. Well, you don't have access to explosion, but I'll do it with add force instead of explosion, so you can see. You can see what it looks like to put that in using the rigid body system proper. Come on, that thing should have worn out by now. 15 is a very long time. Oh, the stack duration is 6, that's why. Yeah, let's reset. I guess. Reduce the stack duration to 3. Test it out now. So now we should just see a big chunk of damage. Fine. That's cool. So now we could do something like this. Wait, how is this even working? I don't know how. That is so weird. Oh man. This shouldn't have been working, but whatever. That's funny. So I have to go back to player. So this should be gone. Unhit effect fire. Because there's no address set here, but it already knows about this. So let's do another one. Or actually, it would be water. Okay, and 300 water damage. And let's register everything. Wait, let's make sure we named everything correctly first. Unhit effect fire, unhit effect water. Change the element on the water to water. Fire is still fire. And, yep. Alright. We might have to go over here real quick. Okay. So this will now let our character have a water hit on their attack as well as a fire hit on their attack. Whoosh! Whoosha! What just happened? Let's see if it was the new stuff that I just put in, or if it's the old stuff. I don't want to do this again. We did a whole play test. Okay. Fire works fine. What's wrong with water? So let's go in to injector real quick. There was a piece of code that I needed to be gotten rid of. Where is it? This is the damage injector, right? Oh, this is something else. Whoops. Damage object. Effect injector. There we go. We don't need this. And we settled on this. Yeah. This is the direction we wanted to go with this. So instead of this, we wanted to use...
Doing alright, but nobody knows that I fall and sell my soul. My heart is just broken, can hold words unspoken, but I will be okay. Yeah, I'm just falling to my darkness. Whoa, I could fight my sharpness. Whoa, I could find my love.
Okay, good enough. Because if I remember correctly, the we do bump into an error. It's inside of the effect manager itself. There we go. It's going to tell us anywhere else in the world, but it's inside of the effect manager. This is something that it's like when I was going to bed last night, it's just like crossed my mind. The problem might be the effect manager because I never properly debugged it. So we kind of just made it, and then we started making effects. And now that we've made effects, we can actually test the effect manager. And I forgot about that part. So it's in actor data. all the way down. There we go. So it's here where we're doing the ad. Okay. We check for the effects address, and then if we have it, we try to stack. And then we will return out if we've stacked it. Otherwise, then we initialize the effect. What should be happening is each time we do each one of these effects, we should be getting from the damage the duplicated address, because all we're doing is duplicating the damage. So the address should remain the exact same, no matter what. Right? And we should be checking here. No, I think this is fine. I think this logic is actually great. It basically is just going to reset the duration at the minimum. If there is one. If there isn't, then there's nothing. It's infinite anyway. So I'm not too sure what's making it break here. But I know that it's inside of this. What should be happening is after the first one goes through, we should be going here and returning. We should not be going to start. Start is where the problems are getting because it wants to keep on trying to do the attack here. It should only happen once. And then from there, it should just... So the injector should happen once. And then the dot should happen a bunch of times. But not like that. In fact, the injector is happening once. And the dot is happening. And we're just going through A each time. So... How are you making it here? Is that really all it's going to take? Are you serious? It's hilarious. Okay, now it should work fine. I swear, if that's really all it was, then hey, you know what? It's fine. At least we got it fixed. Yeah, that's what it was. Wow. Okay, perfect. Wow, that's really what it was. Crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy, crazy, crazy. Alright, we're good. So, what happened is that because I was calling this before I did the ad, it would spark the effect to hit again, which would happen before the ad from the first time went off in that frame. So effectively, because all of that was happening in one frame, before ad ever happened, it would just loop a bunch of times and then try to add everything to this collection. But it was all the exact same thing. So it's just timing. Remember, folks, when you're doing a pass-by, always close it. Close the doors behind you. Okay. So, with that effect system now fixed properly, get into abilities. Oh, wait, let's test water. That's what I was going to do. I was going to just test adding other stuff. I don't want to leave people with bad code, so just give me 1 sec. So now I should be able to hit with the water. Nicely done. Why is it weird like that, though? That's a damage number thing. I need to change it on damage numbers, but basically... it's working effectively. I just need to verify that with damage number. What's happening there? I think it's just the setting. I can adjust. Oh, let's return it back to daytime. Yeah, let's return it back to daytime. And we also want to change this. Now I feel like adding a knock-up effect. But... Like, I watched Roman put together his knock-up effect, and... Well, I didn't watch the whole thing, I had to step away, but when I came back I saw it working, and now I want to have knock-ups. So I'm gonna blame him for that one. Let's make the abilities. And yeah, where am I gonna start here? Okay. So I'm gonna focus in on magical abilities first, just because it's easier to set up. Oddly enough, you know, I shouldn't jinx myself, but I'm gonna focus on magical abilities first. We're going to follow the same process. We're going to make them scriptable objects. So data side, then convert over to real time, then something that can be used in scene. So mono behaviors. This means that we need mono behaviors that can function as catch-alls to translate the information from game data objects. Let's do it. So let's close up some stuff first. Specs are basically done. They're working properly. We found the bug. And we can have as many of them as we want. Nice. Damage-wise. Okay. What is this? These are data objects. Scriptable object. Okay. So abilities are items. Awesome. So we don't need this, I think. Here. We just need this.
A man who on every occasion has given the best that he has.
I'm curious. Let's see what this is. Game data object. Game item. Okay. Oh. Huh. Look at that. We already did it. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Yeah, we'll leave mono game ability. This makes sense. All right, let's finish this. We have to have both of these open at the same time, actually. No, let's do this over here. Doesn't make sense. Hmm. I think all item data already has element. Should. All items in the game have an element. Okay. And all items in the game have effects. This is the reason why we had to make the effect system first. Now I remember. Right. So now all items in the game can have effects. They have different ways of utilizing these effects, but they all have effects. Starting to come together, right? There. Okay. So this is just going to be information that we can utilize down the stream. This is good. Let's go downstream. Oh, wait. Let's first do this. Gotcha. No, we don't do this here. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make a method for this. All game items need to be initialized. In other words, they've, in some way, shape, or form, acquired actor information. And at that point is when we generate the stuff. So This doesn't need to be serialized. None of this does. Chief to all of this is we need to have access to item data. Okay, now we can do this stuff here.
I thought I was doing okay. God, how did I end up this way? Think I'm getting used to this pain, and I
There we go.
only got myself to blame.
So for some reason the actor, like let's say you hover your mouse over the item and you want to find out what effects you get from that item, it'll run initialized on this actor. And then populate this with the effects, and then it'll give you the readout on what that item is about. Right, just in case like each effect needs to change its parameters based on the actor's stats or something.
I thought I was doing okay. God, how did I end up this way? Think I'm getting used to this pain, and I only got myself to blame.
Okay, I think that's it for items as far as we need at that level. Right, so now abilities are going to borrow from that, whoops, item data, ability data. Abilities want to borrow off of game item. There we go. So we don't need this anymore. But we still get the prefab. Item data. We don't need this. Okay, and we need the float. We also want to have a damage portion to this, right? So the elemental conversion rate is effectively the damage. It's going to just look at the power of the player. Then look at your current element in the element that matches the abilities element. And then the ability itself just has a conversion rate. The higher the conversion rate, the better. But it'll convert a portion of your power based on the amount of that element that you have into raw damage of its element type. Alright? That's the idea when we're producing damage. But this needs a... Alright, and we're putting this here in case like you decide to do something that should increase the conversion rate of all of these. Because if I remember correctly, all items can get broker. Or all objects can get broker. Yeah. Okay. So now, let's think in terms of magic. When we do the initialize, we can actually capture the actor as the owner of the item, or the temporary owner, whatever it is. So let's do protected actor. Do we do that up here already? No. Okay. So when we do this, we actually collect the actor. So we can do this. Actor is going to be equal to, and then we have to remember to get rid of it over here. Okay. So now that moots the entire need for this. Simplified this for now. Okay. So now, when we start, what we're actually doing is we're creating the damage element of this ability. Right? So, let's picture it like this. You have a UI open, and you choose to learn an ability. and then you can drag and drop that ability into a slot. Once you've dragged it into once you've learned it, you've done the initialize part of it. Now when you're going to actually try to use the ability, we're going to call start on the ability, where it will grab information about the player that owns the current ability, right, from the initialize, and populate damage. Right? And that's on the game ability. And then we can have execute instead of run. This is where you're going to actually execute the ability. Right? Which is basically going to be this prefab. So we're going to have this, instead of returning void, it's going to return mono game ability. It's going to return the instance of the prefab we've just made. Now, since we have a built-in pooler system, if you're interested in what that looks like, there's previous videos that I've done. One putting it together, another one actually reviewing it. I think yesterday, this video, I reviewed it a little bit. So we're going to be tapping into the pooler this way. We go var obj is going to be equal to the ability prefab dot pull. It's get. Or is it pull object? Let's check if it's a game object. Ah. One sec. Enemy. Wow, nothing is coming up. One sec. There it is. Okay. There it is. Yeah, it is pull. How do I have it set up here? Oh, that's why. Gotcha. I thought I had it set up inside of a static. I didn't make a helper for it, so it's just direct. You know what? Let's make a helper for it. Real quick. There it is. Oh, alright. I think it's component. Yeah, there it is. Alright, now it should work perfectly fine. Ability prefab pull. There it is. And I guess we can give it.
city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
started. Don't wanna cry about it. Let's finish what we started. Baby. You've been shattered, you've been broken down. Heart is beating, still won't make a sound. It feels like an angel straight from heaven, just like my lucky number 7. You're my shooting star. We're running round in circles. Love feels so invincible. Feel you when there's no one around. Your beauty's so amazing. I will always hold you down. Your heart will be kept safe and sound. But I don't wanna love you when I'm faded. You're the picture perfect, you're on my mind. Painted. And I don't wanna lose what we've got tonight. I don't mind being right, even when we got it wrong. I kinda like making it up as we go. And ever since the second grade when you first caught my eye, I knew you were different in all the ways I like. I won't hide that I'm right, even when we got it wrong. But why you keep playing without saying that? This other little lie, the coming ground is shaking in your eye. If you could believe me, let's jump in the deep end. We'll jump in the deep end, yeah. I said, hey, we don't need to leave all of the differences aside. But you and I feel right. I said, maybe we don't need to leave all of the differences aside. 'Cause that's what makes it right. I'm nothing like you, and you're nothing like me. We don't agree, and that's what makes it right. I'm nothing like you, and you're nothing like me. Opposite sides, and that's what makes it right. Or every time that you think it's gone too far, we come a long way, and I know that it's only just begun. 'Cause if you think that loving someone else could ease your mind, let me just remind you, dear, of all the hills we've climbed, and I don't mind being right, even when we get it wrong. No, and I said, hey, we don't need to leave all the differences aside. You and I feel right. I said, maybe we don't need to leave all of our differences aside. 'Cause that's what makes it right. I'm nothing like you, and you're nothing like me. We don't agree, and that's what makes it right. I'm nothing like you, and you're nothing like me. Opposite sides, and that's what makes it right. That's what makes it right. That's what makes it right.
I look at people and I wonder all day, who are you and you are not the one in your way. And then I think about myself and I stay. I'm a pretty boss, look on my shit bright waist. I'm a freak in the sheets, but I got class. I'ma grab an ass if you want it. Best you ever had, give it to you back. Ooh. I'm the girl that they don't talk about. Quiet with a big mouth. Listen for the doubt, then call it. Make you out for what you say to me. Look at every single date. If you got what I need, then oh, I'll take you on like a big deal. Legs you can unseal, key in ignition. Just keep me full like I had a meal once in a while. Feel alright. I know you like it, can't fight it. I'ma let you ride the wave. I'm New York and you're LA. Come together, feel the shock waves. Didn't go this far, but here we are, the end. Now you're just a lesson learned, a slowly fading memory, so I can breathe again. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth, but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting.
Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. But I keep on falling. sound, back to the sound.
close to where we belong, and we're trying to go somewhere new. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. And I know I'm only getting higher till it feels like I can walk through fire. Trying to step back and see the view from above, 'cause I know that nothing lasts forever. And I try to crack this iceberg open till it shatters through the ocean. I wanna make shockwaves. I wanna make shockwaves with you. Gonna move the ocean current till the waves flood what's been burning. I wanna make shockwaves.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow to sun rays. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Find love along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow to the sun rays. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
touch, but I'm still here. We were young, we were kids, it was something rare. I told you everything, but when it all burned down and you were left with nothing, did you question God or did you see it coming? Come on, oh come on, yeah. When it all burned down and you lost my number, or you couldn't even call, didn't know if you recovered or not. Come on.
in my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
All right. So I got what I wanted to get done today done with the addition of this system. So that's nice. Anything beyond this is extra. So let's goof around with stuff a little bit. Because I wanted to I wanted to see about making that whole knock-up system using strictly rigid body. So if at some point Roman ends up looking at this, he'll hopefully be seeing what the effect is. And maybe it'll fit something that he wants to do later on, I guess. And for everybody. Oh. Fair enough. So I can change the knockback direction right here. So over here I just have influences over how the object is going to get knocked back. I'm not sure if being that right here. So right now I'm going to set this knockback to like 15 up. Right? Otherwise, by setting this to 0, it's going to be based on the force entirely. How much knockback it's going to have. So if I'm not going to max it, I'm just going to leave it low for now. So think of this as X and Z, and this as the Y. But I could still... No, I can't. These can just stay 0. Technically, I could make this a float. Whatever, let me just show you the result. Ah. Okay, so now let's go to a really big number and see what happens. $50. I'm not sure if 150 is even big enough because this guy might be too heavy for it. All right, let's go to 1,000. That's weird. Did I make a I think I made a mistake with the where the numbers are going. I think this is affecting damage for some reason. Let me go down to 1. I think I might have crossed wires in some point in the code and accidentally put this on damage because I just saw the numbers go to like 23,000. No, okay, no, we're good. Let's just take a look and see what's going on. Maybe I forgot to hook it up inside of the report. Yeah. Well, he could be a very heavy guy. I was messing around with that stuff earlier. So I'll check that in a second. Knockback direction is right here. Vector 3. Okay. And this is actually, since you're here, this is the rigid body. This is the entire rigid body movement system, including knockback. So it's really not that much. You see what I'm saying? Just to get all, and mind you, both the enemy and the player are working off of the exact same system. Let's see what's going on here. Huh. I think the amount of knockback is just not high enough. I think that's what the problem is. And no, everything is fine. You know what the problem is? It's this. That's the problem. It is doing it. It's just that because it's a spell, the spell is this is based on where my position is as the player. The spell is just too far away. You get what I'm saying? So he's not actually in the radius of the explosion. So we need to fix that. We can do something like this.
When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together.
This was been a long time coming, to be honest. I should have made that a while ago. I've just been doing other things, I guess.
My life is over.
Hey.
'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together.
Yeah. Basically, it was the explosion visually was happening at the. It's part of the damage system, so I just fixed it. I'm just finishing it up right now. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was just this part right here. So now I could do this. It wasn't that big of a deal. So now the guy should just go flying all over the place, I'm thinking, because the numbers are kind of high. There we go. Yeah, it's doing knockback. I could see it. So let's restart it, and I'm going to increase the knockback direction. Let's go to like, I don't know, 50. I don't know what the numbers are going to look like, so 50 might be a lot. 19 wasn't really a lot, so maybe 50 is something. I'm going to increase the knockback on this side. Let's go up to 60. I think what happens is that 19 is too weak. And so the augmented direction is multiplicative of this. Like, I can see me knocking him. Let me see if the regular knockback is working. I can't really tell. You know what? Let's do it this way. I can't really tell if knockback is even connecting altogether, so I need to do something. Debug it. Actor movement. So let's find out what's happening over here. I'm not sure what values are reaching here. Yeah, it's just trying to figure out what numbers are reaching here. It might be... Oh, I forgot to even check his weight. So maybe his weight was just too high. Let's check what his weight was. She got a body, ayy, and she been calling me daddy lately. Want me to put her in Cartier's, and the deserve it. Put in work for the money she earn it. Give me top every night lip service. Never gotta block these. She worth it. I'm out in Abu Dhabi with a bad look like. Oh no, it's on one mass. So yeah, it should just go flying. We just need to find out what the amount of force that it's receiving is. If it doesn't match what's on the Nova, then we got to figure out where those numbers are getting flipped. So. For the record, the Nova is 61.7, so the amount that it should display is 61.7. There it is, 61.7. Huh. Let's bring it up even further. Go even further beyond. There we go. I'm starting to see some effects. The numbers were just too low. So it takes a very big number, basically. I don't like that, so I'm gonna put a multiplier in there. Go 5 times. Yeah, the number is just way too low, I guess, for this. Actually, let's go 50. I want that number to be very finicky. What are you doing? Video editing? Yep, there he goes. The numbers were just way too low. That's what it was. Where did he go? I think he's under the map. Yep, there he goes. All right, let's look. Let's tone the values down a bit. Let's go down to 10. And let's see what that looks like here. Yeah. There we go. Playing keep it up with him. Yeah, Messi wishes he could cast fireballs this well. That's awesome. Okay, so now with that, we can actually adjust the orientation. So we can go down to, let's say, 15 here. That's right. I remember now. I remember it exactly now, how it works. So it has to be, this is a normalized value. So like that. Now we should have control over the orientation. Yep, there it is. I think I'm going to make it directly tied to it. Where did he go? There he is. Okay, now it's just getting funny. So if I put the explosion right under him. Nice. Oh. Where did he go? Oh. Ah, no. No. There we go. The ground was shaking a bit too much. It's nice. It came out really nice. I like it. We even have a limit on the range that we can cast it over here. Very nice. Am I hurting myself? I shouldn't be. Oh, no, okay. Very nice. This is a very satisfying. Roman, you really don't, like, if you have other things to do, you don't have to stick around. It's pretty cool, man. Like, I know you're a busy guy, so I don't want to hold you up. You know what I mean? I'm just having fun with this now. This is just fun. Where did he go? I just juggled him into... He's somewhere over... Oh, there he is. He camouflaged with the, Ah, okay. So, since you're here, you want me to go over the implementation for the rigid body? You saw the class, it's really not that big. Alright. So, before we get into it, let me talk about my architecture for the character controller. Save this. It's very linear. We start off as an actor. Actors, I'm not going to get into everything else, but actor basically is inherited by actor movement. In the past, I've done it before where I've just made this its own component. This time I wanted to do this way. Don't ask me why. I just chose to do it this way, but you could easily get away with making this its own component. Everything that is an actor inherits this method, or this class, obviously. So my enemies inherit actor method. My player also inherits actor method. So what you see here is everything that you've seen so far in the 3D scene. With that said, I could probably open up my 2D, but really the code isn't that different. There's just some slight differences because it's 3D, but it's really not that much of a difference. So here is a bounding algorithm as an example in 3D that I was talking about. Specifically, it's this part right here, where we get the dot products, and then we're basically just trying to use the dot product in order to create a stable point of movement, and then we can set the threshold for that using things like spring force, tensile force, and drag, individual drag based on that axis. Now, I didn't go full in on this. You can go completely full in on this and make it so that way you're getting also the torque taken care of in this way. In 3D, in this game, it was problematic to do it that way. I could, but this, I literally got the exact same functionality that I was aiming for from the characters, the behavior, without doing it. So I didn't bother going that direction. But it's hard when you think about it. It's easy when you do it. It's the other way around. So this is my general locomotion. This is happening every physics frame. We're inputting whatever the direction is. It's a vector 3 in this case. We have our speed, acceleration, and this is just fluff. If later on I wanted to implement some type of modifier based on the state that, like you have AI that can go into chasing state or whatever, that type of stuff. So again, we have the repeated, a very lightweight version of this, which is basically right here. And we take the speed. You notice that my character isn't running at max speed or accelerating into like crazy infinity, right? And there's still nothing here trapping its magnitude. That's because we're doing a couple of things. We're clamping this part, which is the linear velocity, to the speed, and then we're subtracting that. In other words, this is the first clamp, and then this is the second clamp. So we're using math, in other words, to get our velocity where we want to. You'll never find in any part of this code where I'm directly setting the velocity. Instead, we just use add force. We lerp through the linear velocity, and then we just add the force that's corrected. So if we're going too fast, this force will be lower. If we're going too slow, this force will be higher, until we get to a stable amount of force. That's basically how this is set up. So you can see you saw the character plenty of times moving around. That's how this is set up. And then my direction. So this is what your move, I think you called it move vector, is basically. I'm just getting this from my controls, but the AI uses something simple. Let me open up the AI so you can, similar. Let me open up the AI so you can see. Enemy. There we go. So the AI basically just has a target position that it wants to get to, its destination, which is set however it's set over here in one way. When we have a target, it's just looking at the target, whatever it is. We normalize that in order to get the direction, and then we push this into update direction, which is what you saw over here, right? And so this comes with an overload. One is for 2D vectors, the other one is for 3D vectors. So I believe in the AI's case, it needs a 3D vector, but in the player's case, it just uses a 2D vector because you're using the controls. Right. So typically you're supposed to normalize that stuff so that way you don't have to later on worry about quirky behavior. But I think from what I saw, you had two things that are going to keep cropping up on you every time that you go into your system. One is that you constantly are going into, or rather not constantly, you are directly setting your velocity. And so that means that now you have two things tracking your velocity. You have your direction force, which has a direct impact. My direction doesn't have a direct impact on my velocity. It has a subtle impact. The subtle impact, is if you take a look at the direction right here, we set the direction. This is the inputs, and this is the impact direction has right here. Right? Otherwise, we're allowing the rigid body's linear velocity to have its impact and regulate, and we're working with that to regulate its velocity. There's no other way to put it. It's just the direction multiplied by the time and your speed. So we are right here, divided by the time. So we're right here, and we do a lerp in order to give the rigid body time for its calculations. And in the rigid body, we just said, because we're doing a character controller, we do acceleration. In 2D, you would use just regular force mode, and you'd get almost the same results as acceleration. Not much code changes in 2D for this part. For this part, the code changes a little bit, because you have to, instead of using the Z-axis, you're using the Y-axis, depending on the game. And you saw apply knockback, right? I've never really used this method for knocking back. I'm trying it out this time, and I'm liking it. I think it's pretty fun. All right, but the thing with this is that it's scalable, and so I really just don't ever, like, it's very rare that I end up having to open this. I think the most I open it for is this knockback script. And again, it's because I'm trying new things here. Right? But the key takeaway here is add force. Because I'm using add force, I can get really reckless with how I apply forces or where I apply forces to the rigid body. Because if I'm doing it in a way that I'm setting the velocity directly, I'm going to end up with that I need to now consider all of the different places that I'm setting the velocity. Because it's different when you're doing it through add force. You're allowing the rigid body to take the environment into consideration. Now, here's the reason why I'm saying it that way. If you're going to be setting the velocity directly on your rigid body, you should heavily consider just making your own physics system, because you might benefit more from that rather than relying on the rigid body, especially a dynamic rigid body, because now you have to take into consideration more things than you would have if you had just made your own simulation of it, right? Because you're not gaining any of the real benefits through by setting the velocity directly that way. I feel you. It's not a criticism, it's just that I'm warning that that's where it's going to end up. You're going to... It's just not going to be... It's going to probably end up taking a lot of time if you ever have to go back to it. Because I like the fact that I never have to look at this code. Like, I just know it works. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, if you go and you make a new method and you realize you need to change your velocity on that method, now you're going to have to go back into all of the other code when that method doesn't work up to snuff. And now you're going to have to try to rig it so that way it works with some other method and then put it ahead of other methods or behind another method or whatever it is in order to get things to flow properly. And that's time you could have just moved on to doing something else. No problem, man. I'm just hoping it's taken as a warning, not as a criticism. Because, you know, I've walked that path. I'm very familiar with it. That's the reason why I can warn about it. Yeah. Well, that's partially because this is just how I always do it across my projects whenever I'm using various rigid bodies. Right? And so a lot of this code is just it's very generalized. I can literally just take you can. So in this project, I spent the time to remake a lot of the code, but I didn't have to. I could have just really grabbed my art library, that's what I call it, my art lib, and just brought it into this project as one folder, and then just slapped using artlib at the top, and I would have had access to everything already. but I wanted to try to make everything again in such a way that the code is just better. You know, I wanted to try to push my brain in that direction. Yeah. So I'm going to do this though because I want this is just for fast testing. Where is it? Ability data. I'm going to do this. Hmm. Yeah, basically. You should that's the thing that when you see a lot of people say, "Oh, I made this game in like 30 minutes." Like, okay, yeah, you did that because you have a library. But when you post something about that without being forthcoming about how you did that, it kind of throws people off into thinking that it's possible to make a game in that short period of time. Um okay. So we now have the ability to cast magic. This is actually where I wanted to get to. The next thing I want to do with this is we want to do a quick check. Okay. Well, thanks for the chat, and that was cool.
I remember shake me into hell. Why
Oh,
did
oops.
darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Why did darkness come?
I think the UI for stamina is already hooked in. I don't remember. But it doesn't take much to hook it in. Well, UI is not hooked in and I can't cast anymore, so let's hook it in. Yeah, it's not hooked in. Something.
Shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Nothing left to give. When we break apart, darkness with him. Ooh.
Okay. Just needed to get my eyes into what I'm looking at. So we want to do this on the player. Or rather, the player wants this. So actually, we want to do it here. So it should be... We need a new method. Where the heck is it? Oh, we're just calling it directly. So this is the actual method. Okay, gotcha. So we can just do it here. You know what? We could go simpler. Do it. Actually, even simpler. I think we already have a listener. Okay, that should do it. There we go. Nice. Okay. So, incidentally, we also connected up health. So, when we take damage from health to health, we will now always see it, which is cool. All right. I'm not sure if I have much else to... Oh, yeah, I wanted to test out the rest of this.
Find your way into this wonderland. Cross the maze, the dark, the innocent. Chase the faith, the thrill, the heaven sent. I got your world upside down. The labyrinth will guide you far away to the place where senses will decay.
Man, you tap that a little bit and suddenly it's vertical. It's crazy.
Upside
Okay, what was the name of this video again? Actually, we completed the entire point of this video, abilities and magic. That's an ability and it's magic. So I'm not sure if I should keep going. I mean, I just want to keep messing with this thing to see what exactly the numbers are like. This camera's kind of off. Okay, so 11 is a pretty good number. Or rather, 8. I think that's a good number for it.
Eight rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Look, I was passive aggression, passive aggressiveness. I left him hanging like loose ties is loose ties. Either not, he begging to go or not. Depends on the situation. He going up like inflation. Fuck all the haters that said that he couldn't make it. My brother drowned in the lake. How could all you people mistake it? He fought hard for what he had. Murderers holding guns. You worried about all the extras so water gets in your lungs, nigga. Hey, how could you do this shit? How could you do this when you know I'm going through this shit? Real shit, G shit, I really do this shit. I ain't about it, but you know I'm walking through this shit. Look,
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
look,
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Look.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
yeah.
8
So now the next step is to hook in the variations of abilities that use animations instead. Oop, there we go. Alright. So now, what does that mean? What that means is we would leave the prefab empty, but when we run execute, we also will... Let me take a look at that code again. Execute is the problem, right? Technically, no. And technically, we don't need this. So, we can do this. This can be the version for ability prefabs. Right? And if we want to add like an animation for when we're casting this stuff, we can also add that right after. Over here. We can put an animation clip in here. Yeah, I think we've approached that part where I have to, like, now think about, like, the approach.
Say the word.
Yeah. So if I do an ability that has an animation attached to it, so actually, what is this? This is the other part that needs to be hit, right? Bring this all the way down to 0.1. This should be giving me 0.1 of my elemental power being added to, or converting my powers directly into that. So let's see. So the number is still freaking huge. Because my base power 15, letting me do 15, right? I think. Where's that power coming from? For the weapon. We need to go down to the weapon. I think it's weapon base that has. Okay. So when we equip the weapon, damage is here. Source ID. Damage. Add. It adds the target information. Show it didn't add damage. Right here. Huh. Where is it adding the damage? Damage is new damage. Lethality. Oh, we never set up the damage, that's why. So, combat, get combatant, owner ID, lethality is...
you didn't give me the attention I was hoping for. Is it possible that you want more? I just want you for myself. You had to leave early, and I didn't even have your number. I was afraid to never see you again. Give it all to my baby, all to my baby, all to my baby. 'Cause I trust her a little, trust her a little.
Let's go with entropy for my attacks, because I'm using a scythe and I'm an edgelord like that. Let's see. And we want... Oh, no, we don't just do that. We do... Okay, that should do it. What happens over here? Because it was working without that. So why was it working without it? Find out. I mean, I have an understanding of what I did, but it'd be nice for me to double understand what I did to get it to bypass that. Oh, I just, no. Had to get the source. Ah, here we go. Yeah, that's basically what it should do. Whatever. So yeah. This is what it was passing by with. So I can get rid of this now, I think. Alright, there's nothing debugging. Oh, compiler error. Oh, we can get rid of this now. Literally. There we go. But now my scythe attacks are based directly on power, so I'll get... I mean, they were before. Just how they were doing their thing. I think. I don't know. Gotta find out what's going on. Because that number is really huge for when I cast a spell. Scythe is like 50. Oh, wow. That the scythe by itself? Scythe is doing 0 now by itself. I see. Where is it? There we go. Forgot to turn that into points. Pass by code does pass by things. Okay. Yeah, we're still doing 15 and stuff with it. No, that's pretty cool. So the trick is going to be basically turning each one of these attacks into an ability. That way they get their own definitions, just like how the spell gets it. So instead of it just being an animation, when this animation goes off, it will yeah, when this animation goes off, it will inform the damage, how much damage it should be doing, the type of damage it should be doing, etc. I think we started building part of the system for that. Something like combat style or whatever it was, right? And all we have to do is check if we have one. And inside of it, it will pass control of the execute over to it. That way we don't extend our execute call inside of the ability, the base ability, too much. And we can let each animation effectively control its own execute. We can just build them out as needed from that point on. Right, that should give us our extend ability. So right now, though, I think I need to take a break. I have not played a video game in like a very long time. I think maybe like almost Monday since I last played Yu-Gi-Oh or something. So I'm gonna give that a shot, and I'm just having fun with this. Actually, this is really cool. This is so awesome. Like, piece by piece, this is coming together. It's nice. So I'm thinking I'm going to start making some sprites for other characters. I was debating it because I wanted to consider... This is a an asset, right? So, very simple asset. And actually, since we're here, I want to adjust this. Give me a sec. Thing is so messed up. Whatever. So 6.1 and 5.1 is a number? Is that what it is? Is that what you're saying? That should actually center it around the character now. I don't know how it got messed up, but I need to look at what happened there. But this should be zeroed out, and this should be 5. Yeah, there we go. So the damage is supposed to go up. So since I have a whole bunch, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 700 times 0. I think it's 0.01. I believe it's 0.01. So that's supposed to be 7 times 15. I don't get how that number is turning into 2,000 and change. Right? We did set that to 0.01, I'm pretty sure. Let me check. Yeah, 0.01 is the conversion rate. We have about 700, we have about 700. Where is it? Ah, here it is. So this is elemental total. Oh, whoops. No, that's right. We got the correct element. We get the points of that element. Then we multiply. And we multiply the element total, just 700, by the conversion rate 0.1. So you get 7, and then we multiply that into the total. What's the total? Total is supposed to be power. If the power doesn't equal null, then we get power.points. I'll be right back.
Showing off. Don't wanna have to wait tonight. Wait tonight. Better off. I'm gonna find my way tonight. Wait tonight. Won't you talk to me? I wanna heal your sorrows. To me, we'll make a new
So yeah, I think I'm gonna treat this like a shader, where you just have a very large range of functionalities all built onto one thing. That's what I think I'm going to approach it with, instead of using inheritance and going across, because this will never really get so large that inheritance should be used, I think. And there's so many wires being crossed on different things. It doesn't make sense to branch things out into different directions.
Even now, you're coming after me, fire lighting up the sky. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I
I think we can just leave. This needed it. This not so much. All right, let's test the scale resizing. Okay. Oh. There we go. Okay, that works. Need a clearer picture. Ah. Lower the cost. Or let's increase the casting range a bit. So, like, 2 is a good number. $1.5. Okay. $1.35 is good. So if we go this. Nice. Okay, that's excellent. Still don't know why the damage is so high on this. Like, we need to figure that part out.
Tryna get my attention, tryna get your redemption. But now that I'm gone, you want me back. Yeah, I gave you everything, gave you a diamond ring to watch it fall from your head. I don't wanna love again, 'cause I'll be living with regret. I don't wanna love again, 'cause I'll be living with regret. And I don't wanna love again, 'cause I'll be living with regret. You came back to me, I don't trick or treat, don't knock on my door. Don't want you no more. You broke me, and I don't wanna see you, and I don't wanna see you again. Now just trying, oh, to deny the fact that there's never less to you. I played the game but lost the bet. I don't wanna love again.
Yeah. Alright, let's just figure out the math part before I get into the other stuff. We need to find out what exactly is happening here. Just need to find out what's happening. Maybe that number is a lot bigger than I thought it was. Thought it was 700, but feels like it's 7,000. Oh, it's 700. So yeah, it's supposed to be 700 times 0.1. So it's 70 times... Okay, gotcha. Not sure if this is enough, but
See you on the other side. Stays light, stays light. I got to keep it together, keep it together.
it's not right. I think it needs to be trying to get my head straight on this. This number is at the minimum. We need to get it down even further. Oh. This is just based on this conversion rate. At 0.1, it should not be more powerful than your basic attack. So I'm basing it off of this. And we're just looking at the real number, and whatever I get comfortable with, that's going to be the constant. We need to disable that. It's throwing my numbers off. It's harder to see. Until we fix that, it's going to be turned off. Where did we turn it on? Over here. Nice. Okay. If I go... If we max it out... Nice. That feels good. Right, now the rest of it is based on your power and your element. So at the lowest end... Okay, whether or not it deals damage is not up to this. It's up to... It'll always just prepare damage. But if it actually is going to deal damage or not is based on the effect itself, the mono version of the effect. Which, again, is... where is it? In this case, it's Nova. Where is Nova? Fire Nova. So it's right here. Right? Then it'll just grab the information about dealing damage, duplicate it, and then just push that off to the report, which will handle dealing out the damage and all results to the parties that need to know about it. Okay. Now we have Fire Nova.
We can set the world on fire, fire.
And technically, we could just rename this to Ranged AoE, because that's basically what. Right, and it's modular enough to work with whatever is on the. Okay, we got it. So we'll worry about that later. But right now, this is good. Damage number is good. We just need to convert this into. So I'm gonna actually bring this to 0.01. You know what? No, it's fine. Okay. We're gonna take a break now. That's good enough.
We can set the world on fire.
Yeah, that's good. Ah, shoot. Forgot. So basically, whenever we're doing each time we call it, it's only going to do it because of how we set it up, I think, though. Like, when we actually make the ability manager, it won't do it that way. Same way, like, how effect manager. Or instead of creating a new ability every time, it will just reference the one that's in the manager already.
I'm walking around in the circle of life, doing things I know. Walking the same ways 100 times with the same soul. But do you ever try path on the right side? Put it up in your mind.
So while I'm going to turn these regular attacks into abilities, and they can be swapped in and out, and different ones can be placed for weapon and stuff like that. I'm also going to create animation abilities, right? So this is going to include some shader materials that need to be swapped in and out. Or I might work on a single shader for the character that will introduce things like flashing. So like when you are going to dash towards this point, there might be silhouettes behind as you move closer on that dash, that kind of thing. Right, and then after we do that, after we set that up, basically we need to just hook in this thing right here, which is going to be the next part, so the enemy's ability to deal damage to me. Put in, so we can test that out. And once that's done, we basically have the combat set up, right? From there, it's just about making new weapons, building out new sprites, and at the same time, I need to get the overworld done then. Right? Which means that we're going to be working into UI a bit. And yes, a different map. A lot of people were really interested in making a new map. I started building out some new assets for these maps. So I have like a waterfall that I built the other day. I have a material for more of a desert look. Working on if I want the trees to remain looking like these, or if I want to use a more low poly. I'm not sure. A lot of people like the trees, some people hate the trees. I don't know. I don't know. I personally, I think that it's great. I like the trees. It's a little distracting, sure. But if I make the screen bigger, what happens? Yeah, no, it's perfectly fine. Like, I can see everything perfectly clear. Right? So the next thing is to make it so that way when we're attacking the weapon. So I've already set this up like with this in mind. So if there's going to be like cases where we are launching the enemies up in the sky, we need the weapon to kind of kinematically, I guess, for lack of a better way of explaining it, adjust in its animation. So instead of just always targeting towards the mouse, it's going to face towards the enemy that's being attacked in the combo, if one is. And that way the weapon will always try to work on that target. I'm not sure if I want to do that though. Like if I want that, right now the way I have it is that the weapon, once you attack, the weapon kind of locks to that direction that you've attacked in. So if you move the mouse over here, the weapon will finish its attack before fixing its orientation. Right? Or I could introduce new weapons. I have a really nice idea for like swords. No, I think I'm going to keep it so that way we're just attacking in the direction that we send. If the enemies get launched, then that's a different kind of benefit. Or I could turn being launched into an effect and then just apply that effect onto the target. So as long as they have the effect, they'll remain stationary in the air. Like as if they've been knocked up in a combo kind of situation. And then if they have that, then we can change the context of your attack to use an attack that's going to target them as if they're in the air. That's what I'm thinking also. Alright, so we just have a specific attack dedicated to working on air stuff. So we can have different variations of them. One version can just launch an enemy up and then drop an enemy back down. Another one could launch them up and then you go up after them. All you have to do is just keep left clicking and it will do your standard combo in the air with them and then knock them down, that kind of thing. Right? That's the other way I'm thinking about it. Okay, I think that's going to be it. Coming along. We also need to probably... So, I don't know about factions. I think I'm just going to make it so they target the player. I'm going to make it so they can target the player for now. Later on, if I want to add factions, I'll add that in. Because I need them to start actually thinking proper or working properly. And then, because I'm going to start building the state machine for these guys later. Debating if I should just go with a enum-based state machine or build out a proper finite state machine. I'm kind of just having fun like this, I'll be honest. Okay. So much to do. Everything. Okay, call it there. So that was good. Thank you very much for joining me. I'm gonna call it there though. That was a good push. Take care.